Welcome to Sebring International Raceway for the final day of the 2025 WinterFest, now under the sanction of NASA. My name's John Fippin. Helping me out, Brandon Kazmarek and Jordan Worth, as we are bringing you our first race of the day of this final day. As the pace car bringing the field out, this is for the Lightning Race Group, American Iron, Thunder Roadster, and then kind of a hodgepodge in the third wave of Super Touring 5, Spec Miatas, and a GTS 3 car. Let's introduce these drivers to you. We'll go back to front. Starting in 24th position in the number 29 car is Roberto Moreno in his BMW 325i. Next up is the 750 of William Rivera in an ST5 Mazda Miata. In row 11 is number 11, Cole Lucas in a Spec Miata. And the 23 of Gino Angela, also in a Spec Miata. In row 10 is the 31 of Daniel Wellens in an ST5 Mazda. And next to him, the 89 of Tom Panzarella in a GTS 3 Volkswagen Jetta. In row 9 is the 114 of Carlos Mendez in a ST5 BMW 330i, and Curtis Buxton in the 210, another ST5 car, that a BMW 328i. Now for the Thunder Roadster wave, they've elected to invert their grid, so the fastest car, or the highest placed car in yesterday's racing, will start at the back, and that's Alex Walensky in the number 314. Next to him will be the 47 of John Spain. Then the number 340 of Glenn Shatman, followed by the 274 of Scott Hawking. And on the final row, the 51 of Steve Miklos and the 515 of Rodney Poland at the pole. Okay, let's move up to the front. The American Iron, all Mustangs. Fantastic racing all weekend long. Starting in 5th position, the 70 of Pat Waymeyer. And then in row 2 on the outside is car 11, Carmine Pace. Next to Carmine, the 67 of Marcos Rodriguez. And then on the front row, the 77 of Bruce Byerly. And on your pole, the number 71 of Carson Waymeyer. And again, this class has had some fantastic racing all up and down the row, but especially the American Iron and the Thunder Roadster classes have treated us to some fantastic racing. Thanks again to Brendan and Jordan for making this possible. I'm John Fippin, glad to be here with you here in this beautiful weekend here at Sebring. Right at the moment, we've got partly cloudy skies, a little sunshine in and out. Temperatures are balmy, nearly 80 degrees here in Central Florida, but the afternoon forecast is a little less great. As we understand, there may be some showers coming through after the lunch break. As we can see, the safety car in turn 14 with the field in tow. Carson Waymeyer and that red number 71 Mustang leading the parade. There you can see the Thunder Roadsters with Rodney Poland and Steve Miklos at the head of that inverted grid. And Curtis Buxton and Carlos Mendez in the ST5 BMWs at the front of the third wave as they make their way through turn 16 onto the long Allman Straight, the back straight, which leads down towards Sunset Bend, turn 17 of this 3.6486 mile circuit. Historic racing circuit here at Sebring International. Long Allman straightaway in your foreground as the cars are slowly working their way down toward Sunset Bend, formed up nicely 2 by 2. Just a single safety car, but 3 waves of starters. Each of these cars obviously competing in their own class, American Iron and Thunder Roadster, with 5 cars respectively, and then a collection of tin tops behind. As the safety car coming into the pit lane, turning the field over to Carson Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly as we're getting ready to go here for our 35-minute race number 3 for the weekend for the Lightning Race Group. There's the green flag. Carson Waymeyer gets a good jump. Byerly with Carmine Pace in that black Mustang right alongside. Beaming down the inside is Pat Waymeyer. Marcus Rodriguez in the 67. The Thunder Roadsters have taken the green, and here they come. Miklos and Poland at the front, but already there's the 47 of John Spain diving down the inside, and now the final wave, Curtis Buxton and Carlos Mendez on the front row as that pair of BMWs bending it into turn 1. Looks like Buxton's going to hang on to that top spot. Right behind him is Tom Pazzarella in that GTS3 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like everybody getting through turn number 1 successfully. Mendez a little wide in that exit of turn 1 on cold tires. Now we go back to the American Iron cars. Great battle for third between Carmine Pace and Marcos Rodriguez. And here come the Thunder Roadsters. As we mentioned, the 47 already at the front as John Spain takes over the top spot. Little tire smoke here in the distance after the American Iron cars come through turn 9, the Fangio chicane. Heading up toward Collier, turn 10 and 11. Here they come. Right at the moment, still the 47 of Spain in that first spot. As into Bishop Bend. And boy, at the front, Carson Waymeyer's opening up some ground here. As we have seen really close racing in this American Iron class, but right now, pretty spread out as everybody's getting the tires up to temperature. Little brake lock up there from Carmine Pace in that black number 11. Here comes Spain as he works his way through the Le Mans chicane. That's 15 into turn 16. Onto the Ullman straight they come. Leaders down into Sunset Bend. Byerly beginning to close the gap, and once again some smoke out of Carmine Pace's car. I thought that was brake smoke, but I wonder if that might be something else as they come across the line to complete the first racing lap. Yeah, that is some smoke coming out of Carmine Pace's car. Yeah, little puffs of smoke coming out of that. That is not a good sign. So Carmine Pace may have his day come to a premature end here. But look at Byerly all over our leader, Carson Waymeyer, as they come down into turn 3. And behind Carmine Pace, Marcos Rodriguez and Pat Waymeyer having a good battle. But this is what we've seen at the front pretty much all weekend long, with Byerly and Waymeyer going after it. We had a 3-car battle yesterday as Marcos Rodriguez in the 67 car was right in the thick of that battle. As they go side by side, Carson Waymeyer taking the defensive line down into turn 7. Waymeyer in that older Fox body Mustang, the red Mustang. Byerly's car a bit more contemporary, and those two putting on a good show here. Carmine Pace. And there's Byerly diving down to the inside at turn 10, trying to make that pass, but then fell back in single file. Behind Pace is the 70 of Pat Waymeyer, and then Marcos Rodriguez bringing up the rear in the 67 right now. As they exit the tower turn, heading south, down toward the head of the Ullman Straight, but the little bend here at Bishop, and then a chicane at 15 and 16, the Le Mans chicane. Looks like Carmine Pace is sticking it out for the moment, but a little wisps of smoke coming out of that car. Look at Byerly right on the bumper of Carson Waymeyer as they work their way through turn 16 and onto the Ullman Straight. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Roadsters, an equally good battle. Spain at the lead. Scott Hawking and Glenn Shatman are battling for that second spot. As our leaders working their way under the WeatherTech Bridge out of turn 17. And Carmine Pace has dropped back now. Pat Waymeyer has gotten around him. And we have a new leader as Byerly has taken over the top spot. Then Patrick Waymeyer, and then the smoking car of Carmine Pace, and he's being reeled in by the 67 of Marcos Rodriguez, who dives down to the inside at turn 1. Battle at the front with the new leader, Byerly, in the white 77. Taking over the lead from Carson Waymeyer. The smoke appears to be about consistent. I don't know that it's getting any worse, but it is not getting any better. Sadly, when that smoke stops, unfortunately, it's either he's run out of whatever fluid or the car has healed itself, and the latter almost never happens. So we'll see how that shakes out. Here's the third wave drivers giving a shout out to Tom Panzarella in that VW Jetta. He's got the two BMWs right behind him of Curtis Buxton and Carlos Mendez. Panzarella in the Jetta, the only GTS car, German Touring Series car in the field, as the two BMWs from the Super Touring 5 class. And we've had a change for second in the Thunder Roadsters, as it looks like Shatman has moved around to take over that second spot. Scott Hawking dropping back to third. Meanwhile, John Spain continues as the leader. Spain and Shatman leading Thunder Roadsters as they work their way through turn 13, making the southern plunge down toward Bishop, where they are right now. Not quite as close wheel-to-wheel racing as we saw late in the day yesterday with this group, but this battle at the front of American Iron has been all weekend long. These two have really been going at it, hammer and tongs. Carson Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly. Byerly in the white 77, Waymeyer in the red 71. And it looks like Carmine Pace is off the pace, and I'm guessing maybe headed toward the pit lane with that smoking car, as he has not come by our vantage point here. Carson Waymeyer dives to the inside at turn 1, looking for that passing opportunity. Yeah, Carmine's still there, but he's dropping off the back of this battle, as that car is not happy today. Byerly down to the inside at turn 3, as he hangs on to that lead. They're already catching up to the back of the pack, as one of the Spec Miatas, I believe that's Gino Angela, being reeled in by the leaders. William Rivera just in front of Gino in the 750 ST5 Miata. Byerly now with the defensive line into the hairpin turn at turn 7. Very different racing lines. We've seen this throughout the weekend. Byerly and Waymeyer, their cars seeming to like different racing lines for the fast way around. Their lap times very similar, as they've already put the Miata Gino Angela a lap down. Carmine Pace bringing up the rear of the first wave, the American Iron class. Oh, look at this. We got a change for the lead in Thunder Roadster, as Glenn Shatman has made the move. Scott Hawking dropping a wheel off there at turn 12. But Shatman now up into the lead with John Spain in giving chase. They work their way through Bishop End. Got Hawking dropping off the back of that battle just a touch. Oh, look at that. Spain going to try to do the over-under here at turn 16 and gets it done. Spain slots back into the lead. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Meanwhile, Carson Waymeyer continuing to show the way at the front with American Iron. But I'll tell you what, that third place runner, Patrick Waymeyer in the 95 car, is not out of the woods just yet. Marcos Rodriguez in the 67 right behind him, as the American Iron class getting a little closer together. They were pretty spread out in the early stages, but the third and fourth place cars, big lockup for Carson Waymeyer down into turn 3. As he punishes those front tires, trying to get that car woed down. We'll see if Byerly can take advantage of it, as they're out of 5. They'll come under the bridge and then into Big Bend. Long sweeping right-hander that is turn 6. Then a short little squirt down into the hairpin under the Advent Health footbridge. Here they come. Byerly shows him a nose, but then falls back in single file. The 95 closing up. Patrick Waymeyer. Top three, just in fact, all four of these cars just about equally spaced now. While the front two have been battling each other, that's slowed them down enough to allow Patrick Waymeyer and Marcus Rodriguez to close up. Marcus Rodriguez in the 67 in that red, white, and blue car just leaving your frame is the fastest car on the racetrack, a 224.164 on his last time by. So he has definitely got the pace to be a factor in this four-car battle. Heading down into the Bishop Bend. You can see the clouds gathering in the background, indicating the weather that may be on the way here for this afternoon. These drivers have one more race to go, as they'll be on track at 2:20 this afternoon for their fourth and final race of the weekend. But there is nothing in it at the front. Byerly and Waymeyer nose to tail. And Patrick Waymeyer in the 95, the white 95, just a whisker further back as this Thunder Roadster battle continues. Spain still in the lead. But he has got Glenn Shatman right on his tail as they work their way out of turn 15 and onto the Almond Straight. Once again, we've got a great battle at the front as our American Iron leaders coming to the flag. Byerly goes to the outside now. Waymeyer guarding the inside as they come down into turn one, and there's some slower traffic in front that may well be a factor here. As one of the Miatas, I think that's Cole Lucas, as they're working their way around that, and that's opened the door for the 95 of Patrick Waymeyer to be a factor in this lead battle here as more traffic in front. Byerly high, wide, and handsome around the outside of turn 5, and he's got Patrick Waymeyer right on his bumper, leaving Carson Waymeyer by himself as they bend it through turn 6. 3 wide briefly there with the traffic, but here comes Patrick Waymeyer down to the inside. Is he able to make that pass happen on Carson Waymeyer? Byerly now in the lead. Carson second, Patrick third. And Rodriguez right there, and here comes Waymeyer jumping the curb at turn 10, or turn 9, excuse me, at the exit of the Fangio chicane, now up into Collier. It's turn 10, now 11. Top 3 could not be closer. Nose to tail. Carson Waymeyer looking for a way to get alongside Byerly. But he's got to watch his mirrors because he's got 2 very hungry racers right behind him as well. As they come down into the Bishop Bend, turn 14. Waymeyer down to the inside. Byerly trying to maintain his momentum on the outside of that turn. Byerly has the advantage as they enter the Le Mans chicane. Let's see what happens as they bring it onto the Almond Straight. As the Waymeyers, Carson and Patrick, battling one another side to side as they head down the long Almond Straight. Here comes Patrick pulling out to see if he's got anything for Carson. And here comes Rodriguez as he's going to try to go around the outside of the Waymeyer duo as they come under the WeatherTech Bridge and onto the front straightaway. Byerly, Carson Waymeyer. Then it's Patrick Waymeyer and Marcus Rodriguez. Those two separated by less than half a second at the line. Here comes Rodriguez diving down to the inside, trying to take over that third spot. Don't think he was able to make it stick as he slots back in. But the battle for second is the one we're watching right now between the 2 Waymeyers. It's those older Mustangs battling it out. Carmine Pace is still out there circulating, but he's dropped 16 seconds behind this battle with that smoking number 11. But these 4, absolutely nothing in it. Two by two as they work their way down into turn 7 at the hairpin. Byerly with the advantage. The Waymeyers side by side, Rodriguez looking for an opening. More traffic in front that they'll be encountering as they work their way through the Fangio chicane. There's turn 8, this is 9. Man, Waymeyer's car really works well through that chicane as he's able to get a nose back in front, but yep, he's able to hang on to it now. So a new leader as Carson Waymeyer's taking over the top spot. Patrick trying to come with him as he gets side by side with Byerly. Heading down into turn 13, the tower turn. As they work their way through that right-hander. And down into the sweeping number 14 at Bishop. And we have a new second place car. Byerly a little hesitant there. He is back. Oh, Byerly gets sideways as he comes through 14. And then cutting the chicane is Rodriguez. And he's going to pick up a position. Here they come down the Allman Straight. Carson Waymeyer at the point. Patrick Waymeyer making it a family affair as they've got a slower car that they're encountering just as they come into Sunset's Bend. But Bruce Byerly all the way back to 4th after leading last time by. Yeah, that's the order they stay as they come across the line. Carson Waymeyer, Patrick Waymeyer, Marcus Rodriguez, and now Byerly at the back. Here comes Byerly trying to challenge down to the inside, making it almost 3 wide as they come through turn 1. But Carson Waymeyer in that red Mustang dropping a wheel off at the exit of turn 1. And a little smoke. Looked like tire rub coming off Carson Waymeyer's car. I wonder if dropping over that curbing might have knocked some bodywork into a tire. He is going wide. I wonder if he's got a puncture. Carson Waymeyer with a problem. He's been passed by Patrick Waymeyer and Marcus Rodriguez. As we saw him go over the curb there at the exit of turn 1, kicking up a cloud of dust and a little smoke coming out of the side of that car. Yeah, he's got a problem. Carson Waymeyer dropping back now as he's in 4th position. So issues for the erstwhile leader. And now we've got Rodriguez at the front as our 4th different leader here in this race, as these 4 drivers have really been putting on a great show. 6, 7, and 95 right there together. Looks like Carson Waymeyer's day may be done, or at least it's fading, as he is off the podium for the first time this weekend, as he's been at the sharp edge of this American Iron Field all weekend long. Yeah, definitely off the pace. As something not quite right with that car. So Carmine Pace may be able to withhold or withstand whatever problems he had early on and still salvage a 4th place finish. More traffic out in front as Rodriguez at the point through turn 16 onto the Allman Straight. I would not be surprised if we see Carson Waymeyer dive into the pits. There's something not right with that car, but here they come down the back straightaway. A slower car in front. Daniel Wellens, I believe, is the car about to be lapped. As the battle is on for 2nd spot. As Rodriguez stretching his advantage now. Byerly hanging right in there. Now he dives to the inside of Patrick Waymeyer as they come into turn 1. Look at that car squirm under the brakes as he was really late on the binders. Into turn 1 he comes, and it looks like he is back up to 2nd, but Patrick Waymeyer not giving up the ghost. He stays side by side. He'll have the inside line here at turn 3, and he gets back to the front. As they head for turn 5, we're going to see the white flag next time by, we hear from race control. Rodriguez at the point. Now look at the Thunder Roadster battle. It has not diminished one iota as Spain and Shatman continue to battle. That's Spain on the outside, Shatman on the inside as they bend it through turn 5. They're gradually catching up to the back of Carmine Pace in that number 11 Mustang that was smoking earlier. There's Carmine Pace just bending it through the hairpin, side by side in the Thunder Roadster battle with Spain and Shatman. Spain in the 47, Shatman in the 340. And that's Spain at the point right now. Here comes our leader, Marcos Rodriguez, with a little breathing room. Bruce Byerly looks like he's going to be content with third spot as he's not challenging that lead duo right at the moment. Carson Waymeyer did indeed pit on the last lap, so his race is run. But Marcos Rodriguez on his way perhaps to his first victory on the weekend as they're coming under the WeatherTech Bridge to the white flag, indicating 1 lap to go. White flag is in the air. And a comfortable lead for Marcos Rodriguez. But second and third are not settled as they come to the white flag. Into turn 1 goes Byerly, deep on the brakes. He'll take over that second spot for the moment. But Patrick Waymeyer right there in his wheel tracks as Rodriguez comfortably out in front now on this final lap. Through turn 3, now into 5. Right up on the Gator's teeth goes Marcos Rodriguez. But Byerly and Patrick Waymeyer, nose to tail. The Thunder Roadster battle continues. They've got traffic in front as well as they're working through a little more smoke coming out of the 11 of Carmine Pace. But he's been able to soldier on. It looks like he's going to get to the finish here. It'll be a 4th place finish if he's able to get to the end, but it looks like these 2 Thunder Roadsters might demote him back to what would be 7th position, but we'll see as they work their way. Yep, they've already made the pass, so it doesn't affect the class standings for Carmine Pace, but his overall as the smoke continues out of the back of that car. Meanwhile, at the front, Marcos Rodriguez stretching his advantage with no challenge from behind. Patrick Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly in their own battle. Patrick with the lead right at the moment, but they have dropped significantly off the pace. Patrick's last lap was a 2:26.3, his best, a 2:24.4. Same for Byerly. He was at a 2:26.3 and a 24.6 on his last lap. But Marcos Rodriguez can cruise to the finish here as he's got a comfortable lead of almost 3 seconds at the line last time by, and it's even bigger now. But Byerly's not going to be able to challenge for second, it appears, as Patrick Waymeyer in the 95 looks to be on his way to the middle step of the podium. Bain and Shatman continue their battle. Bain at the point, Shatman right in his wheel tracks as they come onto the Ullman for the final time. Shatman dives to the inside, trying to get a little better advantage as they work their way down the Ullman straight. But the checkered flag has already flown for Marcos Rodriguez. Here comes the second place battle. Patrick Waymeyer, Byerly making a valiant charge as they come to the line. Byerly trying to get it done and just misses it. It looks like about a half a car length. And it's going to be Patrick Waymeyer in second, Byerly in third. Here comes the Thunder Roadster battle, also side by side. John Spain and Glenn Shatman. Who's going to do it? It looks like Spain gets it done by just a whisker. No, Shatman gets across the line first. Shatman pulls it perfectly on that final lap as he dove to the inside at turn 17 and was able to hold off John Spain. So Shatman taking the victory in Thunder Roadster. Scott Hocking comes home third among the Roadsters. Carmine Pace will be your 4th place finisher in American Iron. Steve Miklos should get fourth place honors in a Thunder Roadster, and he does. In Spec Miata, Cole Lucas taking the win in the number 11 car. Zheng Hua in the number 20 takes second place honors. Gino Angela in the 23, third among the Spec Miatas. And then in a good battle for Super Touring 5, Carlos Mendez able to pip Tom Panzarella at the line. So Carlos Mendez takes the win in ST5. Panzarella in that Volkswagen Jetta takes second place honors. Daniel Wellens will finish a distant third in Super Touring 5. Great racing. And one more to come, as we will see these drivers again a little later this afternoon at 2:20. For those of you watching us on the stream, remember it's youtube.com/@DriversEye Live. We'll joining you next for the Thunder Race Group number 3 on the weekend. And that's coming up at 12 noon, just about 50 minutes from now. As the last of the cars across the line, let's see if that's changed the order in the ST5. Carlos Mendez, Tom Panzarella, and Daniel Wellens in that order, so no change there, as Rivera and Buxton come home 4th and 5th in the Super Touring 5 class. So great race to kick off the day. We've got 3 more to come. 1 more for Lightning, 2 for Thunder, and we'll see you again at just about noon. Once again, thanks to Brandon Kazmarek and Jordan Worth. I'm John Fippin. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah, for those of you on the stream, just want to give you one more heads up. We have a great interview talking about cupcake racing, as Jim Vandervliet, Kelly, Ben, and Rob from Cupcake Racing had a chance to give us their story and the genesis of that. And it's a touching story and a really great indication of what the racing family is all about. So stick around while we're on to other things here at the track. But that interview coming up in just a few minutes. Special guests here in the announce booth that we'd like to introduce. First off, Jim Vandervliet, which everybody knows, the director of NASA Florida. But we've also got Kelly, Ben, and Rob here from Cupcake Racing. You may have seen their logo around the track, and it's kind of a touching story, and let's talk about that. Kelly, set us off, set the stage for us. How did Cupcake Racing come to be?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very glad I dressed up today for this. Daughter arrived early in 2013 with a lot of medical complications. We rearranged our lives to try to make sure she had all the, all the therapies that she would need. We drove all the way around the United States quite a few times. We kept driving from Maryland to Arizona for therapists, and then ended up moving to Arizona. Long story short, she was really improving significantly, and had a seizure in February of 2020 that lasted much longer than it should have, and unfortunately she passed away in February 28th of 2020.
Oh man.
The good part of this story is that this little girl, in the 6 years that she was here, affected everyone that she met. And the tremendous thing is that she affected people that didn't even meet her. And that's where I think Cupcake Racing really started to take off, is that people that hadn't met her still were drawn to the Cupcake Racing. And I don't think it was just because it's named Cupcake Racing. I think it's still her here. When she was here, she loved driving. She loved driving fast. I may not have abided by any speeding, apologies for the state of Arizona. I remember getting pulled over one time on the way back from Arizona to Maryland, and we were booking it, and the police officer looked in the back of the car and he goes, "You got a kid back there. and my wife, of course, accuses me of mouthing off to police officers a few times, and I said, well, she loves going fast, officer. So I did get a ticket for that one, but anyway, she learned to sign. She was non-vocal, but she learned to sign, and she would give us the sign to go fast quite a bit, and we had a fairly quick car, so that was a frequent thing for us to do little burnouts and other things with her. So it was obvious for me. I've been around cars my whole life. And to get the opportunity to drive around some of these tracks was pretty amazing. I definitely had the bug in me, but I think the other part of Cupcake Racing was that there's the family that you're born into and the family that you make.
Right.
And one of the things that was really obvious that happened quite often with Cupcake is that our family grew. We have nurses that took care of her that are still family today. And I remember it was a little over a year ago. I actually was a little more than a year ago. I met Rob at Ferrari Club, and started talking about the fact that, hey, you can actually take your car on the track. It was a little surprising to me. I didn't know it was that easy. I thought you had to do a lot of stuff to get on the track. And so he says, yeah, we're gonna need, we'll hook you up with the NASA guys, and I need you to talk to Ben. So I had a call with Ben. And it was remarkable because Ben was not like, okay, here, let's give you the information and I'll talk to you later. I think I must have talked to you for about 45 minutes, Ben. I mean, it was an awesome conversation. It was really, again, felt like a family member I was talking to about cars. And then I actually came to the track and met Ben and met Jim. And it wasn't until I really started to take driving seriously, I built a track car. And then it was like, how do we bring Cupcake back to this? Because I feel like she's here when we're driving. So Cupcake Racing, that's how it evolved. And I'd like to pass to the rest of you guys because Cupcake Racing started as a one car, and it's really grown into a family that I really, from the bottom of my heart, love you guys.
I love you too, man.
Rob, tell us about your journey to join the Cupcake Racing.
Well, like Kelly was saying, we met at a Ferrari club in Palm Beach. Lucky enough to have a fiance with a Ferrari, so I get into the meetings there, and we sat at the same table and we struck up a conversation. I've been coming to Sebring since the '80s, so I've been racing here a long time, racing my entire life. And I just recently got back into racing only 2 or 3 years ago. I took a big sabbatical, so to speak, for a different life, and then got back into it. And I dragged him in. We struck up the conversation. We love fast cars. We love to do it safely. And I already had experience with NASA. I've been running with NASA for at least a year, maybe even longer. And Jim runs an amazing event.
Right.
All of his people are great. Even the ones that crack a little joke here and then. They all have really big hearts. And we're all out there to have a good time, be safe, and get a thrill that I think you can only get in one place. And I saw the Cupcake Racing sticker on Kelly's car, and he even designed the logo. And I was like, sign me up, man. Let's do it. Sign me up. And so he got me a shirt, and I got some stickers, and we are here for each other. At the track, off the track, we're here for each other. No matter, there's no favor. What do you need?
Yeah,
we got you.
Did you get to keep the Ferrari? That's the question.
Absolutely, and the girl.
Exactly. Pass it over to Ben. Ben, tell us about your journey. Kelly alluded to it, but you're the second member of Cupcake Racing. It sounds like.
Like Kelly was saying, I met him probably a year and a half ago or so. We met down in Homestead, talked on the phone for quite a while, and he came down. I did some coaching with him in his car, tried to have him buy my old race car, but he decided to go the Porsche route. So, but yeah, I think initially when I met Kelly, it was kind of a meant to be kind of thing. Everything just fell into place. He wanted to do some sponsorship with me, and he mentioned this Cupcake Racing. He mentioned his story. I think anybody in the car business or exotic cars, we all do some sort of charity outside of that.
Sure.
Bring our cars for the kids. So. When he mentioned his story about his daughter, I think, we're all touched by that. And we were all on board for sure. So I think this is just the beginning. We've talked a lot about where we're going to move forward with the Cupcake Racing team. I think, charities and organizations and maybe bigger events are in the future. But, you know, again, like you said, it's a second family here, and a great, great story. So we're all on board for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And Jim, of course, is certainly no stranger to anybody who is here within the sound of our voice. And Jim, tell us about how you got involved with cupcake racing.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know what else I can say after what I'm the number 4 on the list here. Well, I'm the newest member of Cupcake Racing, and as everybody knows, the owner of NASA, Florida. As I said, I met Kelly probably a little less than a year ago, and he just kind of just grew right into the family, and I didn't even know what cupcake racing was and, until he kind of explained a little bit. I was extremely touched by it, and NASA, as I said, is a family.
Yeah.
And is what Kelly mentioned is the ones that you're born with and
Sure.
your other family. And, Kelly and Joy, his wife Joy, it's kind of really touched us. We've become a part of the family here, and I just can't even say enough that I'm proud enough to be a member of the Cupcake Racing and have him working with NASA here. And as I said, every time you go by start-finish line, you'll see the NASA logo with Cupcake Racing underneath it, and I hope everybody just kind of takes a look at it and kind of thinks how fortunate they can be and what other people go through with their life.
Absolutely. Kelly, are you looking for new members, and where can people get in touch with you?
I think they got to figure out how to become one of the family. It's not a free-for-all, but
I gotcha.
Certainly, we are, to Ben's point, there's a lot of stuff I forgot. We are trying to figure out a way to put For the Love of Cupcake back together with Cupcake Racing, because we did start a charity. So if you want to find out a little bit more about our story, there is For the Love of Cupcake. There's also a Cupcake Racing website, which we're going to start to try to build out. And we are going to try to, we've found some sponsors from one of our last Homestead events, so we're going to try to put some stuff together there. But I just, the one thing that I think my wife and I feel strongly about is that the attraction and bond that we have together, I think it's not just the 4 of us, 5 of us. It's definitely, I feel Cupcake in the room with you guys, because I know that the reason that you guys were so immediately bonded to the family was because of her. She's still in the room, so.
And Jim touched on it. Racing as a whole is a family, obviously, but you guys really redefine it, and it's just fantastic to see. And my heart goes out to you and your wife for the loss you suffered. I mean, I can't imagine. I have no kids of my own, but I can't imagine what that pain must be like. But the fact that you have formed this new family and continue your passion with racing, and she's in the back seat, saying, "Go faster, go faster."
She is definitely doing that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Best
Thank
of
you
luck.
so
Have
much.
a safe weekend, and thank you for this lovely, touching story. I had no idea, as personally, and Jim said, "Hey, let's bring these guys up and have a chat."
Well,
I'm glad we had the opportunity.
I'd like to again thank my team. You guys are absolutely amazing, and you guys keep me sane.
Right. Love you all, guys.
Love
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for
Well done. Welcome back to Sebring. You can see on camera left the cars leaving the false grid for our Thunder race group. This is Super Unlimited, Super Touring 1 through 3, as well as a couple GTS 2 cars thrown in for good measure. And we are going to have a 2-wave start, all of the Super Unlimited cars in the first wave, and then everything else in wave number 2. I'm John Fippin, so glad to be with you here. Brendan Kazmarek and Jordan Worth on the call as well. And let's welcome you to Sebring for the 2025 WinterFest under the auspices of NASA this year for the first time. Let's introduce the second wave for you, 14 cars in that wave. We'll go back to front. Starting in row 7 of the second wave is the 223 of Blake Buchanan in the ST1 Porsche. And next to him is the 24 of Derek Carter in a ST1 Ford GT500. In row 6 of the second wave, car 63, Stephen Bright in a Nissan 350Z from ST3. Another ST3 car next to him is the 6 of Cody Powell, and that's a Miata. In row 5 is the 133 of Beck Buchanan, the Buchanan family well represented here, in a BMW M2. Next to him, the 42 of Langdon Morrison in a Sebco NP01. In row 4, the 47 of Justin Levine in an ST1 Porsche GT3 Cup. Next to him, the 36 of Isaac Richter in a yellow ST1 Chevy Corvette. In row number 3 is the 67 of Robert Garza in an ST2 Audi R8 LMS. And next to him, the 15 of Mike Roblin in an ST2 Porsche GT3 Cup. In row 2, the 49 of Peter Craig in a GTS2 Porsche GT4 RS. Next to him is the other GTS2 car. That's Bill Fennick in car number 15. It's another Porsche GT4 RS. And on the front row of the second wave, the 01 of Rocket Horton in his ST1 Porsche GT3 Cup. Similar car next to him, the 327 of Andrew Bechet. Now moving to the front wave, these are all Super Unlimited cars. In the 13th position, car 412 is Hamish Miller in his Radical SR3. Outside of row 6, the 32 of John DeAngelis in an Elan DPO2. Next to him, the 25 of Martin Bruhat in a Praga R1T. In row 5, the 99 of Mike D'Ambrose in a Radical SR3. Another SR3 next to him is the 35 of Andy Lowe. In row 4, car 22, Stephen Dawes in an Elan DPO2. Next to him, the 12 of Dmitry Goliakov in a Corvette. In row 3, is car 8, that's Scott Wagner in a Radical SR10. Next to him, Miles Kraut in the 86, that's a Wolf GBO8. In row 2, the 63 of Jim Booth in a Radical SR10, and the 11 of Drew Altman in a Radical SR10. Same story in row 1, both Radical SR10s. On the outside, the 111 of Louis Schreiber, and your winner yesterday, the number 19 of David Albin in a Radical SR10. Albin has been a big factor all weekend long, but he's had a problem with his transponder. The last couple of races, the transponder has been intermittent, and in the last race, transponder wasn't working at all. So if the timing and scoring screen doesn't show the number 19 car, that's the reason. But we'll try to keep you apprised of his actual location on the racetrack. But he's in the past has won this race by tens of seconds, so Albin often disappears into the distance. So we'll see how that shakes out. Lights are out on the safety car. As you can see, the field making its way through turn 16 and on to the Ullman Straight, the longest straightaway on this 3.6-mile racetrack. Track configuration has been the home of the Sebring 12 Hours here since 2015. Been some minor adjustments from year to year, but the basic track layout has been unchanged since then. And you can see the first wave of, for the most part, prototypes. In fact, I don't see the Corvette, so it looks like it's all prototypes. And then the second wave headed by the two Porsches. Here they come onto the front straightaway. David Albin, Louis Schreiber, Drew Altman, Jim Booth. As they approach the starter stand, we wait. And there's the green. Side by side as Albin and Schreiber head down toward turn number 1. It's Albin on the inside. That green car is Drew Altman. He's been a factor all weekend long. Here comes the second wave to the line. Andrew Bechet and Rocket Horton on the front row. Bechet on the inside with the blue trim. Rocket Horton maybe missed a shift. It looks like he drops back a little bit as they work their way through turn number 1 to get things started. Bechet at the point in the 327. Down into turn number 3. Pretty much line astern. The Corvette of Isaac Richter making a good start as he's up into the top 3. Meanwhile, at the front, here come the prototypes. It is still Albin in front of Schreiber. As those identical radicals leading the way through the Fangio chicane at turns 8 and 9. Altman looks like he's up into the 3rd spot in that green number 11. Bending their way through the Collier chicane, turns 10 and 11. And they approach the tower turn 13, which takes the track southward, paralleling the airport runways off to camera right. As Albin and Schreiber, who've been duking it out at the front of this field all weekend long, stretch their legs just a bit over the 3rd place runner, Drew Altman. Got Wagner in the 8. Right behind him, we believe. I believe that's Jim Booth, slow here through turn 16. Understand one of the second wave cars is also slow through turn 16. But onto the front straightaway they come to complete the first racing lap. Albin well out in front. Got Wagner and Drew Altman now. In fact, that's the 3rd and 4th place battle. So David Albin actually now it looks like Louis Schreiber has not come by, or he's come by well down, so Schreiber may have had an incident that we didn't catch, because now it's Albin being shown as the leader and Drew Altman in 2nd. But we'll sort it as they come around. The battle between the Porsches continues. Andrew Bechet and Rocket Horton, nose to tail. They came across the line just a couple tenths of a second apart. Robert Garza 3rd in that Audi R8 LMS. Isaac Richter in the yellow Corvette just behind him. There's Garza and Richter. Blake Buchanan in the 223 just south of him as they make their way down into the hairpin. Good battle at the front of this second wave. Richter in that yellow Corvette also putting lots of pressure on Garza in the Audi as they work their way through the Fangio chicane. There's Blake Buchanan just behind them. Garza a little wide through the first part of Collier. As they're in the tower turn right now. Richter in a different class. Garza's being shown as an ST2 car. Richter in the yellow Corvette is an ST1. Leaders across the line, David Albin and Drew Altman now separated by almost 6 seconds. So Albin disappearing into the sunset as he has done all weekend long. Drew Albin and Scott Wagner in this battle we're seeing on camera right now. Albin in the green, number 11, Wagner in the black, number 8. They bend it through turn 3, coming up into turn 5 now is this battle. Drew Altman won the enduro run here on Friday evening. We had a 90-minute enduro, and Altman built up almost a 1-minute lead over the rest of the field in his first stint, and then came in for the mandatory pit stop. And here we go with Scott Wagner diving down to the inside at the hairpin, but Altman left off the brake pedal a little bit sooner and was able to maintain his advantage. We'll see if Wagner's got anything for Drew Altman here as they continue to circulate. There's your leader, the 19 of David Albin, in this great battle for second and third in the Super Unlimited class. Pretty good battle, slightly different racing lines as Scott Wagner searching for a chance to find his way around the green number 11 of David Altman. Early days, working race lap number 3 of this 35-minute race. They snake through the Le Mans chicane onto the Altman straightaway. There's Louis Schreiber in the 111, who started on the front row and dropped back to 4th, but he's back up to speed. His lap times 2:11 on his last lap, with the leader Drew Altman's lapping in the 2:08s, Altman and Wagner lapping in the high 2:10s. So Schreiber about a second off the pace. There's a battle for second now in the Super Unlimited class, as Drew Altman being a little conservative there, coming down the front straightaway, guarding that inside line into turn 1. Wagner just biding his time, it appears. I think he's got the pace, maybe. Just looking for an opportunity as this race wears on, or hoping for a mistake from Drew Altman as they bend it through turn 5 and immediately to the right-hander, sweeping right-hander at turn 6 under the bridge. There's David Albin, the leader, as you can see, with a huge lead after only 3 laps. 8 seconds, his interval to these two in the same car. As this battle for second continues to be a goodie through the Fangio chicane. Same story at Collier into turn 11. Got Wagner looking racy here. Catching Schreiber, not able to make up much ground on these two. But Wagner getting a little impatient, showing a fender to Drew Altman at every turn. They sweep through Bishop. I'm guessing that's flat for these guys with all the downforce that these prototypes generate. And another chicane at Le Mans, 15 and 16. Onto the Altman straight once again. Schreiber coming through all by himself. Big gap back to Andy Lowe in the 35. Mike Dambrose, Stephen Dawes at the tail end of the prototype wave. But the second place battle continues down into Sunset Bend, turn 17 of this racetrack. You can see this car's undulating over this rough racing surface here. What makes Sebring Sebring? Once again, the green 11 of Altman guarding that inside line as they cross the start finish. It takes the normal racing line by the time they get to turn number 1. Altman pinching the exit just a little bit coming out of turn number 1, and that may have opened the door for Wagner to make up just a little bit of ground. As they come into turn 5, he's right back on the rear wing of that green number 11. And it may be my imagination, but it looks like Schreiber's beginning to pick up the pace. In fact, he just set fast lap of the race at a 2:07.3. So Schreiber, problems initially, again, started on the front row and fell back. I don't know whether he was warming tires or had some sort of intermittent issue at the start, or maybe he's just playing a little cat and mouse game and decided to fall back and see if he can run these guys down and make a battle of it. David Albin in the 19 has disappeared into the distance as he has all weekend long. His transponder does appear to be working today, with an 11-second lead over this battle for second and third, and quickly coming into the picture is the 4th place car of Louis Schreiber. into the Le Mans chicane. All three cars in the same camera shot now as they work their way through turn 16. Here's the leader, David Albin, disappearing under the WeatherTech bridge as the chasing pack is about halfway down the straightaway. Here they come. Diving down to the inside is Scott Wagner. And Schreiber licking his chops as these guys go side by side. It's going to slow them down. Looks like Wagner may have taken over that second spot. Let's see if he can hold it on the run to the line. But here comes Schreiber. So Wagner, your new second place runner. Altman back to third. But Schreiber right on his tail. Schreiber resets. Fast lap of the race at a 2:07 flat. That is just a little bit quicker than the overall leader. But whatever problem Schreiber has had early have been solved, and he is right in the thick of this battle. In fact, he is putting some serious pressure on Drew Altman in the green number 3, or 11, excuse me, in third spot. As they bend it out of turn 6 and make the run down toward the hairpin turn at turn 7. Down to the inside comes Louis Schreiber, looking for that overtake opportunity into the hairpin. Wasn't able to close the deal though. Altman able to hold him off as they bend it through the Fangio chicane. So Schreiber will have to live for another day here as they take the short squirt up to Collier there at turn 10. The quick left-hander at 11, and back to the right at 12. And into the tower turn 13, where we are right now. So Wagner, once he got that second spot, has been able to draw away. And it may be that Drew Altman's having to drive in his mirrors just a bit as he's feeling the pressure from Louis Schreiber behind him. That's allowed Wagner to get away at the front. Right on the rear wing of Drew Altman is Louis Schreiber. There's your leader, David Albin, as he is out for a nice Sunday afternoon drive. You can see Altman doing his best to take away that inside line coming into turn 17. With Schreiber right on his back bumper. Scott Wagner out in front of this battle. We'll get the interval as they cross the line. There's Wagner across the stripe. And now side by side, Schreiber with a nose ahead. Officially up into third spot, but Altman has the inside line, but Schreiber claws the nose off that radical as he takes the racing line and takes over third spot. So Louis Schreiber continues to be the fastest car on the racetrack, although his last lap was a little slower than his quickest one. The 25 of Martin Bruhat is being observed by the corner workers for potentially showing some flames on that car. So, but now they're getting different reports. So it could be just a brake fire, some rubber built up around the brake drums, or the brake rotors sometimes can catch fire. So occasional reports of fire on the 25 car. Turn our attention and back to the second wave battle. There's Isaac Richter, who has moved up into 10th position, as Hamish Miller, one of the prototypes in the 412 Radical SR3, drops back into 11th overall. So Rocket Horton drops back to third. Stephen Dawes in the 22, another one of the prototypes that has been reeled in by the cars behind. So let's do a quick class rundown here. Bichet, Rocket Horton, and Isaac Richter, your top three in ST1. That's Richter in that yellow Corvette. Robert Garza, the only ST2 car in the field in that Audi. As they work their way through the Fangio chicane. Amish Miller in that multicolored prototype, number 412, sandwiched in between them. There's a lapped car in front of them about to be picked off. That's Stephen Bright in that Nissan 350Z. Bright being lapped by Isaac Richter in the yellow Corvette. Meanwhile, the battle at the front, as Louis Schreiber is gradually reeling in Scott Wagner, Drew Altman fading to fourth now after Schreiber got by him. Albin well out in front in the 19 car, 16, almost 17 seconds in front of this battle. That's Scott Wagner in the 8, right behind him, Louis Schreiber in the 111, who continues to be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. So this is the battle on camera, the one for second in Super Unlimited. That's Drew Altman in the green number 11, just as he did yesterday in the sprint race. Showed good early pace, but then faded a bit as the race wore on. Here comes that battle through turn 17 under the WeatherTech Bridge on the way to start finish. Albin now sets fast lap of the race at a 07 flat as he continues to stretch his advantage, almost 18 seconds in front of this battle. But Louis Schreiber and Scott Wagner, just about 3 car lengths separates those two as Altman falls off the back in the green number 11. Getting it through turn number 3, then in turn 5. Under the bridge and the sweeping Big Bend, they call it, turn 6. Right on his tail now is Louis Schreiber. Scott Wagner trying to hold him off. Into the tower turn they come. Battle for second in the Super Unlimited class. Schreiber looking for an opening here. He's got some traffic in front. Maybe they can use that as a pick. Schreiber gets caught. Oh, they split the lapper. The Schreiber goes around the outside of turn 16. Ooh, that was dicey, but they got it done. Behind them, Andy Lowe, Mike D'Ambrose, Stephen Dawes. The first of the Porsches, Rocket Horton, has now taken over the top spot from that second wave over Isaac Richter and Robert Garza. Back to our second place battle in Super Unlimited. Into turn number 5. At the line, they were only separated by about 0.2 of a second. I would guess it's about that same interval now. Traffic once again playing a factor as our overall leader, David Albin, has lapped up to about the third place runner in that second wave. There's Isaac Richter going a lap down. But that's a good battle. Richter, Robert Garza, and Blake Buchanan all running in a bunch. Rocket Horton has disappeared at the front of the second wave as he's well out in front of this battle. There's the overall leader, Albin, and then Richter in the yellow Corvette, Garza in the Audi. Right behind him, Blake Buchanan in the Porsche. There's Rocket Horton just disappearing from your camera shot as he comes around. Rocket the leader in the ST1 class. Ooh, side by side. As Blake Buchanan trying to make a move on Richter. Looks like he might get it done. Let's see if he can hang on to it as he chases Robert Garza to the line. Garza able to hang on to the position, but here comes Blake Buchanan down to the inside. Can he make that pass stick? Not quite. Isaac Richter right there at the tail end of this three-car train. So it's Garza, Buchanan, and Richter. Amish Miller there behind them. They bend it through turn 5. Here comes the second place battle. Wagner and Schreiber continue. They're closing up on this battle near the front of the second wave. Yeah, Isaac Richter in the Corvette dropping back just a bit now. So it's a two-car battle between Robert Garza and Blake Buchanan. That's for 9th and 10th. Garza in a different class. Garza's in the ST2 category, which he leads. Buchanan in the 223 is ST1. Garza, or Isaac Richter, also in ST1. Looks like Scott Wagner was able to get by that lapped car, or the first of the cars they're lapping, Isaac Richter. And 111 of Louis Schreiber right behind him. There's our leader as he has passed Rocket Horton. That's the leader of our two waves coming to the line with David Albin. 17 seconds in front of the second place car, just now coming up to try to get by Robert Garza in the Audi. Take the outside line. Garza pulling over to let the faster car through, so he's now the meat in the sandwich between Wagner and Schreiber. White flag coming up next time by as Schreiber finally clears the Audi. That little bit of traffic has definitely broken up this battle that we had just a few moments ago between the Audi and the Corvette. As Isaac Richter dropping back just a little bit, perhaps into the clutches of Hamish Miller. As we check the lap times, Richter was at a 2:19 last time by. Miller, or 2:23, excuse me, Miller at a 2:21. So Isaac Richter is about 4 seconds a lap off his quickest pace. So pace going away on that yellow Corvette. And he'll lose an overall position to Hamish Miller if the trend continues. But our leader is just now coming onto the Almond Straight, and he will see the white flag next time by. There is David Albin. Been a dominant factor here all weekend long. The only hiccup in his get along has been The transponder being a little flaky, but looks like they've got that problem solved. And he comes off of Sunset Bend to the leader. There is our leader as he comes across the line. Here comes the second place battle between Wagner and Schreiber. There's Wagner, there's Schreiber as they come to the stripe. Rocket Horton goes by as the leader from the second wave. So the leader is lapped up to the 8th place car. There's Rocket. This second place battle between Wagner and Schreiber on the final lap. Doesn't look like any positions in close contention here. Oh, looks like Rocket Horton is slowing. It may have been just a momentary hiccup. I think he was looking for an opportunity to give these drivers a point to let them by, and he's done so. Good sportsmanship on Rocket's part. But that little bit of traffic has closed up this second place battle. Wagner's got his mirrors full of Louis Schreiber here on the final lap. Schreiber has shown he's got the pace. His best lap, a 2:07 flat, is just a few hundredths of a second off the best lap by the overall leader. So, and Schreiber's turned, he and Wagner have both turned up the wick. They're both lapping in the 2:07s. Oh, and there's a spin for Drew Altman, the 4th place car, as Altman has looped it at Collier. And here we come. The second place battle is indeed joined as they come into the Le Mans chicane for the final time. Louis Schreiber looking for a way around the number 8 of Scott Wagner. Leader on his way to the checkered flag. The second of these two prototypes. There he is. Drew Altman takes the win once again. Here comes the second place battle to the line. Wagner goes a little wide, Schreiber a little tighter. Can he tuck in and get a run as they make their way to the stripe? Schreiber weaving right on his tail, but it looks like Wagner's going to hold on for second spot. Great race between those two. Louis Schreiber comes home on the podium. There's Rocket Horton coming by, taking the win in ST1. And the ST2 leader, Robert Garza, in the Audi on his way to the stripe. Isaac Richter hangs on just behind him. Amish Miller in the 412 comes across. So let's do a quick class rundown for you. Top 3 in each of the classes. In Super Unlimited, we've talked about that all race long. David Albin, your winner, over Scott Wagner and Louis Schreiber. In ST1, Rocket Horton, the win, over Isaac Richter in the Corvette and Langdon Morrison in the 42, a distant third in the Sebaco NP01. Only one ST2 car in the field, that is Robert Garza. Only one ST3, that's Stephen Bright in the Nissan. And that's it. So we'll be back with you, where those of you here at the track, we're on lunch break at this point. We'll be back with you on the stream for the finale of the weekend for the Lightning Race Group. That's coming up at 2:20 Eastern. And then the finale for these drivers in the Thunder Race Group again at 4:05 this afternoon. Thanks once again for joining us on Driver's Eye Live. Just a reminder, that URL, youtube.com/@Driver'sEye Live. Thanks to Brendan Kazmarek and Jordan Worth. I'm John Fippin. Great to be with you. We'll see you in a little bit as Lightning Race Group finale coming up at 2:20 from Sebring. Welcome to our final race of the day for the live stream, because we have some weather encroaching on us here at Sebring, we've combined the last two races. The Lightning and Thunder race groups have been combined, as the turnout will probably be down a little bit anyway because it's late in the day on Sunday and the weather is threatening. We have 33 cars eligible. I'm going to read them all, but understand most likely not all of them will be here. Alone in row 17, the 25 of Martin Bruhat, Super Unlimited, a Praga R1T. Then we've got row 16, the 750 of William Rivera in an ST5 Miata, and the 20 of Zeheng Hua in a Spec Miata, of course. In row 15, the 23 of Gino Angela in a Spec Miata, and the 11 of Cole Lucas in a Spec Miata. In row 14, the 63 of Stephen Bright in an ST3 Nissan 350Z. The 31 is Daniel Wellens in an ST5 Miata. In row 13, the 210 of Curtis Buxton in an ST5 BMW 328i. Tom Panzarella next to him in an ST5 VW Jetta. In row 12 on the outside, the 114 of Carlos Mendez in a BMW 330i. Next to him is the last of the Thunder Roadsters. That's the 51 of Stephen Miklos. In row 11, both Thunder Roadsters, the 274 of Scott Hocking and the 47 of John Spain. In row 10 on the outside, the American Iron number 11 of Carmine Pace, next to the 340 Thunder Roadster of Glenn Shatman. In row 9, both American Iron, the Mustangs, the 71 of Carson Waymeyer and the 77 of Bruce Byerly. In row 8, also both American Iron Mustangs, the 95 of Patrick Waymeyer and the 67 of Marcos Rodriguez. In row 7, the 42 is Langdon Morrison in an ST1 Sebco NP01. Next to him, the 412 of Hamish Miller in a Super Unlimited Radical SR3. In row 6, car 36 is Isaac Richter in an ST1 Corvette. Next to him is the 67 of Robert Garza in an ST2 Audi R8 LMS. In row 5 on the outside, the 223 of Blake Buchanan in an ST1 Porsche GT3C. Next to him, same car, the 01 of Rocket Horton. In row 4 on the outside, car 22 Stephen Dawes in a Super Unlimited Elan DPO2. And the 99 of Mike Dambrose in a Super Unlimited Radical SR3. In row 3, the highest placed ST1 car in the field, the 327 of Andrew Bechet in a Porsche GT3 Cup. The top 5 are all, the fifth starting position is the 35 of Andy Lowe in a Super Unlimited SR3 Radical. The front 4 are all SR10s. The 11 of Drew Altman, the 8 of Scott Wagner, and on row 1, the 111 of Louis Schreiber, and the dominant guy all weekend long, the 19 of David Albin. That is your potentially 33-car starting grid. Likely somewhat less than that, making its way into a gusty headwind as these drivers working their way down the Albin Straight. The wind is coming from the west, and it is putting the flags at attention here at the track. So, as you can see, the field is somewhat less than 33 cars making its way through Sunset Bend. Under the WeatherTech Bridge as they come into view of our starter. And this diminutive field about to take the checkered flag, or the green flag, and 35 minutes later we'll take the checkered flag, we hope. But yeah, there is a threat of rain, and we understand it could come during this race, which should make things interesting. The green flag is in the air, and let's see who showed up. Be determined. Waiting for timing and scoring to catch up here. Cole Lucas, William Rivera, and Cody Powell are showing up, but they've missed a few folks. Yeah, looks like timing and scoring hasn't caught up with all of the cars here. One of the Radicals out in front, and there's another one, and then a Porsche. And a pair of Miatas at the back. And we'll give timing and scoring an opportunity to catch up with the cars on track. A couple of the prototypes, and then I think that might be Rocket Horton in the Porsche, but we'll sort that when they come back by start finish next time by. We know that Cole Lucas, William Rivera, and Cody Powell are all in the field. Cole Lucas in the number 11 Miata, William Rivera in the 750 Miata, and Cody Powell in the 6. But the prototypes from the original Thunder class have not yet shown up on our timing and scoring screen, but that will be rectified, I'm sure, as the leaders working their way through Bishop Bend, turn 14. You can see some of the debris off the camera left blowing around in the wind. We actually had the wind gusts were so strong that some of the brake markers were actually blowing onto the racing surface as it's kicking up a gale here. There is the 111 of Louis Schreiber, who is well out in front. In the 25, I believe, of Martin Bruhat in his Praga. In the 35, next in the order, that's Andy Lowe. And the 01 of Rocket Horton. Now we're getting caught up. So Schreiber out in front after one lap by almost 7 seconds over Bruhat, who in turn has about 7 seconds over Andy Lowe. Those three prototypes from the Thunder Racing Group, as is Rocket Horton, the lone Porsche in the field, running in fourth currently. Cole Lucas, William Rivera, and Cody Powell, we believe all Miata bound. There they are. William Rivera, that's Cody Powell, just now going by our vantage point. Actually, Cody has not come by, so that was Cole Lucas and William Rivera. Cody Powell has not crossed the stripe to complete the first lap. William Rivera in the 750. Bringing up the rear, just in front of him, Cole Lucas in the 11. Rivera just leaving the frame. But these drivers coming down the Allman Straight are going to have a gale in their head as a headwind, and then they'll have a big tailwind on the front straightaway here. Rocket Horton works his way through the Collier chicane. Andy Lowe in the 35, just coming into your frame, as our leader, Louis Schreiber, in the 111 Radical SR10. He's been at the sharp edge of the prototype wave all weekend long. Martin Bruhat just now coming under the bridge in the white, blue, and yellow highlighted Praga R1T. And Andy Lowe just now appearing in the back of your frame as he comes under the Mobil 1 bridge and across the stripe. So again, I think the threat of the oncoming weather and the fact that it's Sunday afternoon late has indicated that a lot of folks have decided to pack up and try to get out of Dodge a little early because of the weather coming through. So our entry is down pretty significantly for this particular race, but nonetheless, we're glad to have them. We've got 6 cars circulating currently as the number 6 of Cody Powell has not come by. Make that 5 as Rocket Horton has decided to call it a day as he pulls in. So we have the 3 prototypes and the 2 Miatas. And believe it or not, we have a slow-moving car at turn 13, which is Martin Bruhat. So we'll see if he's got an issue. They're covering him with a white flag, indicating that he's moving slowly. There he is, crawling up toward Bishop Bend, and I don't think he's going to get all the way home. Actually, a safety car would be a great thing. It'll pack the field up. We'll get another restart. Yeah. Bruhat is just crawling along here. Makes you wonder if maybe he's stuck in low gear or something. Or either that or the it's maybe a throttle cable or throttle sensor broke and it's idling basically. Just conjecture on my part, but he's trundling along at a walking pace, it appears. Meanwhile, here comes Louis Schreiber, all by himself. Leader closing up on the back of William Rivera, who is the last car still running. Rocket Horton has retired to the paddock, and Cody Powell did not take the start. No, now we're hearing that Martin Bruhat has gotten the car fired and he's getting back up to speed here. Perhaps he was slowing down and waiting for the leader to get close so that we could have some racing. If that's the case, it's a public service for Martin Bruhat. He gets the extra gold coin, if that's the case. Just conjecture on my part. It's Sunday afternoon. We're all a bit punchy, so forgive me if that seems like a far-fetched idea, but Bruhat seems to be back up to speed. Louis Schreiber now right on his back bumper, or wing, more appropriately. Yeah, they are nose to tail as they make the run across the line. And Louis Schreiber sweeps into the lead of that little contretemps, but unfortunately Bruhat is now a lap down to the rest of the field, or at least to the leader anyway. So Andy Lowe inherits second spot in the 35. We watch the cars come through turn number 5. You can see the dark skies in the distance. Cole Lucas in the Miata, just being passed by Bruhat. He has gotten back up to speed, although a lap down now, being shown in 4th place in the running order. Bruhat taking it through the tower turn. Now our leader, Louis Schreiber, into Bishop Bend with Bruhat back up to speed right behind him. If the race finishes the way it is, Bruhat will still notch a podium as he is 3rd amongst the Super Unlimited drivers. Andy Lowe about 25 seconds behind the leader, running 2nd in Super Unlimited. We understand Louis Schreiber has pulled into the pits. So now Andy Lowe will inherit the lead of this one. And the dark skies off to the west indicate the weather that's on the way. The wind is really whipping here, and we're hearing some reports on the corner station that there's some debris coming over from the west end of the racetrack that they're afraid might blow over the catch fencing. So they're keeping a close eye on that. But fortunately, with just a handful of cars still running, they'll be able to warn them should that be the case. Below in the 35 will inherit the lead when he comes by next time. Andy Lowe and Cole Lucas still out there circulating. Martin Bruhat, we believe, is still out there. He has not yet shown up in the pit lane, at least. William Rivera also in the 750 ST5 Miata. And there is the 25 of Martin Bruhat. He's still very much out there in the race. Running second right now. But he is some 2 minutes behind Andy Lowe after that very slow lap that he took with some sort of technical problem. Andy Lowe comes by start finish to officially take the lead of the race. And Bruhat will do so in a lap because he was a lap down. This race scheduled for 35 minutes, which will take us to about 25 minutes of racing time, I'm guessing. And we're about 14 minutes into it, so maybe halfway there, a little past. As William Rivera in the 750 ST5 Miata. And it sounds like Bruhat's problems have returned, as he is now being talked about as slow out on track. So some sort of intermittent issue with Martin Bruhat's car. We understand this time Bruhat has pulled off course, we believe, at turn 14. But now he's got it fired again. There is turn 14, and he's nowhere to be seen. And here he comes, back up to speed. There are stories about the old Sebring layout, which went a little further afield than this one does onto the airport runways. During the 12 hours, especially in the nighttime hours, drivers would get lost as they would lose their bearings under bad conditions. And wondered if Bruhat got lost at some point, but I guess not. Here comes our leader, Andy Lowe, as he completes another lap. Bruhat should take over second spot as he crosses the line. Nope, he has decided to call it a day as he is pulling into the pit lane. So that leaves 3 cars. We have the 1 prototype, Andy Lowe, and 2 Miatas, 1 spec Miata for Cole Lucas in the 11, and the white or more lightly colored ST5 Miata of William Rivera. There he comes through the Bishop Bend. Nicely through the Lamar chicane onto the Ullman Straight. And we're hearing raindrops beginning to make their appearance. See the starter donning his rain gear in preparation for the oncoming precipitation. Cole Lucas works his way around turn number 1. And there were 3. Comes Andy Lowe down into turn 17. Under the WeatherTech bridge onto the front straightaway. Good shot of the weather radar. Thank you, Jordan. You can see we're just getting reports from one of the corner workers at the Fangio chicane that they're feeling some rain. That is on the western edge of this racetrack, and that's where the weather's coming from. So light rain, it's being called at this point. Andy Lowe doing a good job keeping it between the edges, and hopefully he'll have enough advance warning if there is any rain affecting the rest of this race, which I think is possible. We're about 19 minutes into this one, and scheduled stopping time for this is 2:55, and that's after the checkers and all the cars into the pit lane. So, and let's see, that would be 3:05 based on the adjusted schedule. And it's coming up on 3 o'clock now. So we're pretty close to checkered flag time. As Cole Lucas sweeps by. Here comes William Rivera, the last car running, about to go yet another lap down. He's already 2 laps down to the leader. Andy Lowe closing quickly. And that pass was made just before start finish. And we understand a white flag next time by is the plan. And all 3 of the running cars have made their way to the top of the scoring order. And each of them in a class of their own. So they've all got a win coming if they can survive another lap and a half. William Rivera in the number 750. As Andy Lowe working his way up through the Fangio chicane, now up into Collier, as he will be coming to the white flag next time by as the rain is approaching. As he makes the bend into the tower turn. Pretty significant crosswind in that little section of racetrack. You can see the American flag in the shot standing at attention. That's a big flag too, and it's feeling the effects of the wind as he is finally into turn 16 and on his way down the Allman Straight for the penultimate time. Cole Lucas, the second place car, just in front of him. Starter with the white flag in hand. One lap to go. Low keeping his powder dry as he works his way out of turn one. Going to take his time behind Cole Lucas. No urgency to make this pass, obviously. We heard William Rivera come by to see the white flag as well. Technically, Cole Lucas got across the line before the white flag came out, but now he is a lap down, so the checkers will end his race as well. Down into the hairpin for the final time at speed. This is the area of the track that will be the wettest that they're in right now, as it's at the western extremity where the rain is coming. But so far, everybody negotiating okay. I don't see any surface flags from the corner station, so they have not deemed that the track is wet enough to warn the drivers of the impending damp sections of track. To the tower turn for the final time for Andy Lowe. His last lap was a 2:22 and some change. These cars in dry weather conditions. In fact, Louis Schreiber had the fastest lap of the race prior to his retirement at a 2:07. So you can have some indication of just how far off the pace they have had to run as the conditions deteriorating just a little bit. Down the Allman Straight comes our leader, Andy Lowe. Seeing a few raindrops on the window of our commentary booth here in the tower. Into the Sunset Bend for the final time is Andy Lowe, on his way to a win here as he comes across start finish here to take the top spot. Andy Lowe takes the win overall and in Super Unlimited. Here comes Cole Lucas, the second place runner, and the only Spec Miata still surviving, as he will take second place honors at first in his class. He makes it official, and we're just waiting on William Rivera, and here he comes. As you can see, the headlights are on. The raindrops showing up on the camera here as it is darkening. As William Rivera, the last of the survivors, makes it across the stripe. Now, as far as we know, the race group originally scheduled for 4:05 this afternoon. The Thunder race group has been canceled. This race was a combined session with those two. So we believe this will be the end of our streaming coverage, but that could change, as we were just handed a grid sheet for the Thunder race. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to shake out, but assuming that that's the case, Brendan is telling me no, there's not going to be a race later on. So, okay. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2025 WinterFest, again, under the auspices of NASA Florida region. It's been our pleasure to bring the coverage of these races to you. And as you can see, it's kind of damp out there. So on behalf of Brendan Kaczmarek, the major domo of DriversEye Live, and Jordan Worth, our director and producer, thank you so much for being with us. My name's John Fippin. I hope to see you down the road. Be careful, be safe. We'll see you at the next racetrack. Have a good day and a good weekend. Good night.